Alright, guys. Oh man, that cough came out of nowhere. I'm still sick today, so we're still gonna play some Elden Ring. Uh, to start a video too, I'm gonna change up kind of a little bit about how I've been doing some stuff. We'll see how it goes. We still got the same character. I'm proving that anybody can play Elden Ring because I'm sick and this character is not maxed out. We're starting from the beginning. We're not following any guides from long past. Good ones were done running around getting like the best start you could possibly get. We're not wasting any time with that. If you just picked up Elden Ring and you don't know what you're doing, this is your guide. This is what we're gonna do, and so this is you know just yeah. I get really tired of people saying, "Oh, I can't play Souls games. Oh, I can't play Elden Ring. Oh, it's too hard. It's too stressful." It's like, bitch, shut up. Shut up. You're just lazy. It's like, I just want to relax after a hard day's work and I don't want to think about it. Motherfucker, I am sick as a dog. It's more work for me to talk to you than it is for me to play this game. Granted, this is the 10th time I have done everything that I'm gonna do. Uh, I got some beef before because I was using a character that I got room dropped and was maxed out. And they're like, "Oh, you can't possibly be doing this because your max is like." It's like, all right, man, shut the fuck up. We're not playing that. I will bring my bona fides, right? So I've beat the game 8 times before. The rune drop character is number 9. Where we are today is the 10th time I've done everything that we've done. Everything going forward from here is going to be the 9th time that I've done it. And I'm not a pro, but there is going to be a skill difference between me and somebody who has never done this before. So that is true. That is 100% true. But we have a standard, right? The standard is on boss fights, not in the overworld, but on boss fights. We're not going to consider the boss giving us a problem unless it takes us more than 5 times to kill the boss, right? So, and then if the boss is giving us trouble, we're going to have to evaluate what we're going to do. Is it a progression boss, right? Or is it an optional boss? If it's an optional boss, we're probably going to skip it and come back at a later time. If it's a progression boss and we don't have anything left to do and we have to beat that boss, we're going to have to look at the gear that we're using, see if we can do upgrades. I would advise against rune farming, but as a last resort, it comes down to it. If we just need just a couple more points into vigor, or just 1 or 2 more points into strength, we might have to farm some runes, but I don't think it's going to come to that. So, where we are right now, wrong button. We're in the Weeping Peninsula, which is basically southern Limgrave. Right, and so we just did Castle Morn. So if you're playing along, you've also done Castle Morn. It wasn't too difficult. There's a bunch of other stuff left to do in the Weeping Peninsula. And I feel at least some of these dungeons are a little bit more difficult than Castle Morn, even though Castle Morn is like the end dungeon of the area. Right? So there's a village up here. We're going to go hit this village. There's a tower here. See, how do I want to do this? I probably want to do the tower first. We're going to do the tower first. Down here there's a dungeon, so we're just going to make that little loop. And then we're going to teleport back to here. We're going to run up here, do this village. After that, we're going to come down here. There's loot here and a boss here. Alright, so we're gonna do this little bit here. Boom, boom, boom. And we're gonna call that. But this is where we left off here. We're at the Bridge of Sacrifice. We're just gonna take this to the Castleborn Ramparts, and then we're gonna go. Now I got my tea. And we're gonna take a bit of a tea break here. Because my throat's killing me. Drop my stirring spoon. That's okay. But yeah, no, my throat's killing me. I got some sort of sickness. I'm dying, basically. We're dying. Oh, that's good for the throat. It's good for the throat. Alright, we need to mount up on Torrent. Right behind us here, there's one of these jet streams. We're going to jump up the jet stream. You kind of want to aim. You can see it. You want to aim for that tower. Jump up the jet stream. You get your turtle shell shield. And you pillage your remains. How much weight is that? Can I use that? Can. But it takes me to heavy lows. So you can't equip that. Put my helmet back on? You can put the helmet back on. So we're gonna put the helmet back on. The helmet doesn't really do much. But, you know. We got a head for helmets, so we're gonna wear the helmet. In case you don't know what that means we're fucking. I didn't change the character appearance. I just got into the game and just went for it. So we're gonna take care of these wolves here real quick, and then I'm gonna show you the tower puzzle. If you have played this before, you should already know the tower puzzle, right? If you've played this before and you've never found this tower before, how are you just coming across my video before others, right? I have questions. I have questions, give me answers. So we're gonna seek the 3 wise beasts. Those are turtles. We're just gonna kill the turtles. And there's one there. Whiff. That one. Alright. And now the third one is invisible. But you can kind of see it. Or you can use an AoE weapon. You just want to walk straight. And so there's a rock right here in the middle here. You just bumping into it. That's your turn. Alright, seal's open, and we're gonna go up. Now, if I remember right, it's just, there's no spells in this tower, it's just a memory slot. And we're not gonna use many spells, because we're just not gonna have the, we're not gonna have the stats for it. We're gonna get a couple of buffs. We're gonna get stats to use the buffs. Oh, come on. Break the skull. There it goes. We're going to need, with gear on and a lot of buffs, at one point we're going to need to get to 37 intelligence. Right? And I believe that is entirely possible to do with base intelligence for the Vagabond. Like, we're not going to have to put any points into intelligence. Maybe we do. I don't know. We'll find out. And if we do need to go respec, we'll go respec. You get about 8 larval tiers in the playthrough. So, you know, if we use a couple to rearrange our stats when we get something that we want to use, then it's not going to be a problem. Alright, you can run on the torrent here, I just don't. Don't ask me why, I'm weird. I don't like to use the horse if I don't have to. Let me rest here. I'm gonna take a nose blow break. Just hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. A little sip of that honey lemon tea. And we're gonna keep going here. This spot here, this is not gonna be very fun to do. These guys use gravity effect, which in and of itself isn't all that dangerous. But it can pull you into things you don't want to get pulled into, and be a real pain. And if my lock on is working properly, no big deal. We're done, and we're gonna continue moving on. See if I remember correctly. There's some loot up here. There's a stone sword key on a chair. Alright, we kind of want those. Stone sword keys open up quite a few fog doors. We want as many of those as possible. There's the chair. Stone sword key. We're done with that. We're going to go back down the hill. And into our first dungeon here. Now, one of the things that I want to do is, because these live streams, I do this like, I don't know if I'm going to go for 7 hours again today. I did 7 hours yesterday, bro. But that was just to prove a point, right? And so, I don't really have a point to prove today. I think I've already proved my point. So, I'm probably not going to have a 7-hour stream. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to see how I'm feeling, how my voice is. We might just do 2 streams, one now and one later, give myself a couple hours in the middle to sort of take a break, relax my voice, and then come back at it. So we might do 2 4-hour streams total for 8 hours. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. Alright. Let's see if I can remember this one. We're gonna want a one-handed sword and a shield. Because we're gonna need to block. Because you got it's the stone cats, these guys here. And so we want to use shield counters to beat them. Otherwise, it just turn into a real pain in the ass. So, what I wanted to do, which I forgot to do, is I want to take a pause when I come into the dungeon. So when I cut the video up into smaller clips, I can just cut this dungeon out of the larger stream and put it up as a separate clip later. That way you can just see the dungeon if that's what you're looking for. Now, we always hit these summoning pools whenever we see them, because once we finish the base game, we only use the summoning pools in the base game. And that way, if somebody's having problems on a boss, the base game, we can come in and help them out. We don't help people in the DLC because people are bad at the game and they're kind of dumb and they don't understand how the DLC works. And so, you know, we don't we're not gonna waste our time with idiots, right? You got people who are in the DLC and they're like, oh, I can't beat this boss, and then come to find out they've picked up 0 skidoo tree fragments. They're not using summons. They're not using buffs. They're not using any of the game mechanics. They're just bashing their head against the boss. And they're like, oh, I can't beat it. And it's like, well, that's just because you're retarded. That's not my problem. So if you want to play the game like an asshole, I'm going to treat you like an asshole. And we're not going to help you out. But if, you know, in the base game, like, the base game is relatively easy, right? I mean, we could have the same mindset in the base game. It's like, oh, you know, you're playing stupid and, you know, blah, 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 blah. But that doesn't really help people get to, like, the... People want to experience the new content, and so, you know, yeah, the DLC's been out for a while. That was, what, been out for like a year and a half? But there's still some people who haven't been able to get there for whatever reason, and we're going to help people get there. But once you're there, learn how to play the fucking game. That's all I got to say. Learn how to play the fucking game. Alright, so we want to run over here. That we're going to turn on our lantern here. We don't particularly need it, but we're going to turn it on. You're going to run back, roll through this door, go underneath. Alright, and then you're down. Well, there's 2 types of people who play Souls games that I can't stand. The people who say that they can't play Souls games because Souls games are too hard. And it's like, have you ever actually tried to play a Souls game? Or are you just obsessed with fighting? Try not to get hit by their hugs. If you do, it's not that big of a deal. It does lock you in place, and that's kind of annoying. Largely, we don't actually need to kill these guys. I'm just kind of wasting time while I talk. But we want that prattling peak. And so the reason why we don't need to kill these guys is because they keep coming. Every time you move, more just get summoned. So we're not actually here to kill anything. We're just sticking and moving. Oh, we wasted a potion. That's fine. We're just picking up loot. And we're moving. Stick and move, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, that sort of thing. Move your ass. And just get through and go up the ladder on the other side. And off we go. Alright, so once we're up here, here's the switch to open the boss door. Now this fucks me up every time I pull one of these levers. You see that message at the bottom of the screen there? Man, you need to clear that off, because that will, the next time we get one, I'll show you. That will actually stop your character from being able to. And I always forget that. Always. Like I said, this would be the 9th time I've beat the game, and like the 6th time I've beat the DLC once we get there, and I still have that problem, right? Like, it's not a new thing for me. So we're gonna rest up. We're gonna refresh our potions. I believe this is one of the cat bosses. So once we get back to the door, we're gonna want to use our Zug Zug stick, and we're gonna want to use a different. So we're gonna change our summon. We want to use the Knight Ingval that we got. I think I got him. Or did we get Olaf? I don't remember. We got one of the knights. We want to use him instead of the wolves. Just because like the wolves are great because they can surround and really pressure the boss, but they don't do that much damage to the Erdtree Guardians. So largely they're pointless. Oh, so we're actually using the skeleton guys, but we're gonna change that to Banished Knight Ingval. So we want him, and we are going to grab a beat stick. We're gonna have to use that with both hands, and we're gonna go in. Now we haven't upgraded this. We haven't upgraded any weapons except for the Bloodhound Fang. So if you're wondering, like none of our weapons have upgrades. Oh yeah, so it's Cat Guardian. Oh shit, we can't use Ingval. Okay. Kinda need to. Because we got a bunch of these things to go to. So, we might end up having to do this one again. If we do, it's not that big of a deal. I knew one of these here soon was gonna have like a bunch of these. Alright, perfect. We got some iframes. Alright, now we can focus on the boss. Try not to get hit by that. What is that? Man. That's what we wanted. We were trying to get that off before, but we just kept getting caught out. But in the end, we got him. We grabbed the wrong summon. I should have checked to make sure that I had enough MP to summon Ingval. I think I'm short by a lot. We're gonna double check that. We're gonna see what we can use. FP cost 100. Yeah, we only have like 85 we're maxed out, so we can't summon those. Now we can summon the Godric soldiers, though. This summons 5 soldiers. Oh, it's 2 soldiers. I thought there were 5. One melee and 1 ranged. They're not too terrible. They would have been actually terrible to use here. They would have got. I've tried to use them here. They get fucked up. We can take that off. We can put our sword back on. And this. Although we're probably gonna go to Bloodhound Fang here in a second. Yeah. Once we get up here, let's go to Castlemorn Rampart. Alright, so we're gonna go up to this village. We're gonna pick up a couple of goodies. There's a spell and a couple other things. We want a sword and shield here because there's gonna be a lot of rats. And so we want something to be able to deflect the rats. I mean, there's a lot of rats. But they also induce an insanity debuff on you. So I forget exactly what it's called. But it builds up real quick. even if you get hit. Honestly, I think we're just going to go back to the Bloodhound Fang. That'll give us a little bit of reach. We're not going to be able to block, but we'll still have the reach. You kind of want to pick up as much of those boughs as possible. You'll see those ones right there. Hear that rat? Right there. Hiding in the bushes. Where are you assholes at? I can hear a bunch of them. Can't see him. So now we're up here at the village. We're gonna grab a grace, a shield, and spell, and we're probably going to take a little bit of an ass whipping, but it'll be alright. So here's the shield. Grab that. Kill that rat. We're not too worried about killing all of the rats, because, you know, they're going to be back here in a second. Because we're actually going to rest in this grace. Root resin. Got the shield. So we want to kind of clear out this area here a little bit. We don't want them getting involved here. That'll just make our life more difficult. But while they're just standing there, just screaming in silence into the void, we will end their suffering. So we're going to come up to this church. Take this guy out here first. And then that guy. And when we go inside the church, this is kind of where things get a bit iffy. Because there's a lot of rats. Like, a lot of rats. And you can get surrounded really easily here. So there's 3 rats here. And there's the big one. So just be aware of the rats. There's 5 rats and a big one. If you can kill the first 2, then the other 3 shouldn't be a problem. You should be able to keep yourself from getting surrounded. That's what you want to do. You don't want to get surrounded. Alright, so that's done. So we're going to teleport out here. And we're going to go to that tower there. There's a little piece of loot there. There's our sacred tier. So you're going to go south of the lookout tower. And we're going to go up to the lookout tower. Now, if you look at my videos now and the videos that I did when I first started playing Elden Ring, you can definitely see a difference. Like, a big difference. Watch out for those little plant dudes. Yeah, after the first couple hours playing Elden Ring, I actually gave up. I quit playing Elden Ring for a long time. And then I left the country I was in, my country of origin. And I was like, you know what? I'm bringing my console. It's the only thing I'll have, you know, for playing games. So I bought Elden Ring on the console, which was the second purchase of Elden Ring. So I had it on Steam, and I was like, we'll get good at the game when we leave the country, and I did largely. All right, we're gonna pick up the hand ballista and the ballista bolts. I mean, I'm better than I used to be. It's very fair. We got a buddy. So let's let our buddy catch up. I think he came from the lower levels. He came from down here. Alright, but that's it. That's all that's in the tower. Let's get on our horse. From here, we're gonna go do that loot there. Those loots are traps for set for the demi-humans, and it's nothing, right? I think it's a piece of glass or string or something, so you can largely just ignore those. But we want to go here to the demi-human ruins. Now, next to these ruins, the ruins proper up there, and this spot down here, there is here. I'll show you here on the map. I can't open the map. But when you come into the ruins, stop out here. I'll kill these dudes. It's fine. So this guy here, you remember those two chieftains that we fought in the very first cave? That's the boss that we just fought. The bosses are now becoming regular mobs. It's something that happens in Souls games frequently, is that the bosses will become regular mobs at later stages of the game. Alright, so on the map, in the southern end, in this little corner here, there is this tree, and right next to that tree is this building here. Jump in there, go down these stairs. Now, one of the best guides on YouTube for Elden Ring is made by Fighting Cowboy. Great guide. It's what got me through Elden Ring the first time, and it's what, you know, got me through the DLC my second time. The first time I did it without a guide, and I missed a bunch of stuff. But, you know, the second time I watched his guide and got everything else. You know, I went through the DLC in the wrong order. I missed a bunch of loot. I was like, oh, this is largely boring. But no, we got through it. He missed that shield. And then a couple other pieces of string. It's not a big deal. Shield's not important for anything. Try not to get smacked by the human queen. You gotta kill the mobs. And it'd probably be a good idea to use the summon here. But largely, we don't need it. If you want to summon, wait until like the ads are dead. Like now would be a good time. But you don't really have the time to use the summon now at this point, because if you summon earlier, you have to deal with, you know, your summons not actually fighting the boss. They're fighting the ads, but as you can see, largely it's unnecessary. Just try not to get cornered and keep moving. Try to pay attention to where the boss is and what the boss is doing. Definitely don't get hit by her spell, and you can take a few shots and still largely be fine. It's not that big. Alright, so we're gonna go up. Around here, there's some more. I think it's up a level. Maybe it's here. There's some more items for our physics potion. That's what we're looking for. Behind the ruins, there's a little bowl. Right here, right in the middle of these plants. You pick that up. It's a faith not tier. So if you want to boost your faith for about 10 seconds or so at the start of a fight, you can put that in your physics flask. Very useful if you need to buff. We're going to use the intelligence tier in the physics flask to help get us over the line for one of the quests later down the line. We're going to need that. You know what, here, actually, let's do this first. There is an Erd Tree Guardian over here. So we're gonna go fight that. This one's relatively easy. It's not too difficult. I think we gotta go up one more level. We gotta go up one more level. Then we can go fight. So I changed the sound settings. I don't know how they sound. I'll have to check the stream later. I can't really see anything on my setup because I'm playing on my laptop. I only have a laptop. I don't have a gaming rig that's like super, all in and like dual monitors and can monitor stuff. I'm monitoring the chat, which I have none, thanks for that, on my cell phone that's set up so I can see it right next to the monitor of my laptop. So my setup's a little bit janky, but it's working. So we're gonna hit this. We always hit these. And he's gonna hit me. That's right. We're gonna activate that. Let's heal up a bit. Alright, we're gonna summon our Godric soldiers. Alright, and then we're gonna fight the boss. about to take those kind of shots. You want to roll into the attack if you can. We got lucky. We brought her down with a stun. And this fight's largely over. So as soon as we knocked her down in that vulnerable state, I knew that the fight was won for us. It was really good. Really good for us. Really great timing for us, as a matter of fact, because she was about to do. She does. You'll get to see it in other ones, not necessarily this one, but they do this thing where they call down a bunch of these little like holy like darts or bullets or missiles or whatever you want to call them, and you got to dodge those. It can be kind of a pain in the ass. Down here, there's a kite shield if you're like a collector of weapons and shields and stuff. There's a kite shield you can pick up, so we're gonna go grab that. You can kill these octopus every time you see them. Any octopus has a chance to drop the octopus helmet, but it's a really low drop. So there's the loot there. So we're gonna go grab the loot. Just do a little drop down. Pick up the leadership. Alright, and we're gonna just teleport on back. I believe there's some stuff down here. We'll get that later, because we gotta teleport out. Either way, we would have had to teleport out, because I don't think you can get back up once you get down there. So, you know, we'll get that later. But we got to come out, and we're going to go to these ruins here. And we're going to clear those out, pick up the loot there. But before I do that, we're going to take a bit of a bathroom break. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. So we're at the church. Hope everybody had a good little break. It's nighttime. We probably want to make that daytime. bats. If you know me, if you remember my stance from the first stream, unless we're fighting a nighttime boss, we don't play at nighttime. So, and we've already killed the nighttime bosses in Limgrave. We don't need it to be nighttime. We're just going to avoid the bats. There's a couple areas that still have bats. So, when I say we're going to avoid the bats, it's just the extra bats that you get for it being nighttime. Alright. Let's head down into these ruins here. Let's go on Torrent. I gotta get better at using Torrent. In every game where you have a mount, I generally don't use it unless I absolutely have to. I'm going to show you something that I didn't know. For a long time, I didn't know what it meant. You see that? Speak friend and enter door there on the left-hand side of the screen. Some Gandalf-y ass looking door. That means you can summon your ashen spirits. Like, if you didn't know that's what that was, that's what that is. I didn't know that for like a long time. So, you know, don't feel bad. You didn't know. Now you know. There's no shame. These dudes here suck. You don't want to sit still in here, because they will throw these exploding bolts, and they can rapid fire these. And you don't want them to do that. One rapid fire of those exploding bolts, that will fuck your day up. And you're gonna just, you won't survive. Oh, looks like we got our first chat, and it's a spam bot. Best viewers on streamboo.com, huh? Is that porn? That's porn in my chat. Hey guys, I made it. I got a porn bot in my chat. That's awesome. Thank you for coming into my chat and spamming porn. I bet that's from Twitch. Normally I don't stream on Twitch. I'm trying to see where I get the most views. And by most views, I mean more than 0. Right? So I want to see where I'm at, where I can grow an audience. So yesterday I used Restream. So I streamed to Rumble and YouTube. No bots. No spam. Today, I'm streaming to YouTube and to Twitch. And so you know that you get no spam, or no bots on YouTube, and no bots on YouTube. So the bot is from Twitch. So hi Twitch bot. Hi Twitch bot. I'm not going to go to your porn site though. Just putting that out there. We're not going to do that. There's a dungeon here. We're not gonna do that right now. I mean, we could. But I feel like I want to wait. There is a it's full of poison. Right, and so there's a trinket that we'll get a little later that will that we can throw on that will help negate some of that poison tick plus, fire cleanse me, and a couple other things we're going to want before we can go in there. But, I mean, we could do it now. But we're not going to. But we know it's there, so we're going to come back to it. Oh, shit. There's an Ever Jail here, though. We're going to do that. We can do that. That's too easy. Sorry, my nose is acting up. If you couldn't tell by the title, I'm sick. Look, man, I'm going to say it again. If I have a head cold and an upper respiratory infection, if I can play Elden Ring at the level that I'm playing, anybody can play Elden Ring and be successful, right? I don't want to hear none of this, oh, I can't play Elden Ring, it's too hard nonsense. I'm literally over here dying, can barely concentrate, and I'm playing Elden Ring. So this guy here, he might give us a little bit of trouble. He is a little bit beefier than the Ever Jails that we fought before. But I think largely we'll be fine as long as we don't get caught out by these. We're going to want to make liberal use of our weapon art. That's really going to help us out a lot. He's very mobile. We don't want to get caught by that, right? If we get caught by that, it builds up frost. Too much frost build up. That's going to build up. And he's going to do extra damage to us when that procs. We want to avoid that prop. Alright, so we need mana for our weapon art. Gotta heal up a little bit. We don't want to get hit by that prop. Dodge. Attack. We wanted to dodge that, but okay. So what he's going to get us with is his mobility, not necessarily the damage of his attacks. So we got frostbite. We want to largely avoid that. Let's back up. Let's get some space. Okay. So he's going to do this again. Alright. It's his mobility that's going to give us the biggest problem. Alright. Hopefully your fight went just like that. I mean, we did get caught by a frostbite proc, but largely we're okay. I haven't spent my runes in a long time. Jesus, let's go fix that. I just realized I got damn near 20,000 runes. Okay, so before we go into this next area, we're gonna go spend our runes, and we gotta refresh our potions after that fight. So we're just gonna ride down to this grace down here. Oh, let me put a mention on this. Let me show you. I might have already fixed this. So remember in the last episode when we brought this down, we walked in, we came in here, and we stood onto it, and no, I didn't fix it. And we put our chest marker down, right? So now that this is moved, right? So once you leave the area and you come back, this will actually reset to its actual position, not the position where you brought it down in. So you can just move your marker. And then you'll have your marker back. Our marker, we brought it down way up over there, right? And then we teleported out. We went and did Castlemore, and we came back. It's over here, all right? So if you just want to move the marker so it's more accurate, you can do that. But otherwise, if it's just there in the general area, it should be good enough. I mean, you can see this big-ass mausoleum from our other marker. It's not that big of a deal. But if you're an anally retentive asshole, just feel free to move it. Or you can teleport out and teleport back and then put your marker down. and then you don't have to move it, right? But that's a lot of work to being a dickhead. So just, I don't know, don't be a dickhead. Or do, I don't care. It's your prerogative. Mentally retentive asshole, that's on you. That doesn't affect me none at all whatsoever. If you got a touch of the tism, and you have to move it, go ahead and move it. So there's these marionette guys in here. You're going to want to be careful of them. They will end your shit. And that water is poison. So you don't really want to hang out here too much. You want to kill this head like before it gets a chance to do its crazy shit. And you know, see, there's the marionette guys. Oh shit. Shit. See? They will end your shit. That is the and I didn't spend my runes, so now we're in a bit of a pickle. That's 20,000 runes that we have on the line. But we got this. So if you're ever in this situation and you got a bunch of runes and you got a sacrificial twig, go ahead and equip that. And then when you die, you won't lose your runes. We'll go back, grab our runes. We're gonna fuck this dude up first. Get out of the way. We're not going to be able. So if you don't kill the head fast enough, it calls down. Oh Jesus fuck! It calls down that like rain of magic hellfire. Alright, so this dude's got 2 spears. It's really kind of hard to judge where they're gonna be at, and sometimes he'll just hit you with a thumb. But you really don't want to hang around here. We need to get inside. Well, that's the only reason why we're here. We need to get inside. So we gotta wait. Once that magic stops falling, you can go in, you can do a couple of hits. Now we have to run away. And he'll do that constantly. Go in, get a couple of hits. Alright, once the second set falls, you can go in, get a couple of hits. He's already locked some, so you gotta run away. But we're in where we need to be. So that's not that big of a deal. Pop that potion. And this poison's gonna tick down. That's not a problem. We're gonna be largely out of here. We're just gonna grab the ambush shard. She doesn't say anything right now. She just, you know, groans a bit. That's gonna be important for later. We're just picking up the ambush shard. Not that we can use the ambush shard, and not that we needed to go there right now, but we got it. We're here in the area. Okay, next thing. What's next? Forgot there's a cave down here. So we're gonna go to that cave down here. And then there's a mine here. There's some stuff over here, and then there's some stuff over here that we're gonna get. I don't know exactly which order we're gonna. Alright. So we're gonna take care of this stuff over here first. And then we'll go take care of the other stuff. That's where we're going to do that. Oh yeah, there's a dungeon right in here too. Yeah. So I think we're gonna do the mines last. But we're almost done here. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. We still haven't spent our runes. I mean, that's gonna suck if we lose them. Let's see how long we can hold them for. Why not? Whatever. It's fine. It's only 20,000 runes. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, so we want to go to... no, we don't want to go here yet. So, out the back here, there's some bats, right? It's daytime, there's bats. So, there is... do you hear that singing? So that's a siren. So there's a siren down here. There's going to be loot near the siren. And so we're going to go pick that up. The sirens, they are like uber bats, you can say. They're a real pain to deal with. Is there... Where is she? Because if I could just drop on her and end the pain, like, immediately. That's what we're going to do. If the drop's too high, we won't be able to do it. I think the drop's too high. Alright, no, she's there. But she's surrounded by three bats. And... oh, this drop is way too high. Okay, yeah, no, so we can't do that. So we gotta go around. We can't do her from the back, we gotta do her from the front. Prefer to do her from the back. She definitely has a butterface. But, you know how much I love to fight bats. Alright. Down. Pick that up. It's just a sliver of meat. Nothing super duper important, but it's about the experience, right? It's all about the experience. Let's use our health flask here. And we're gonna refresh it for free. If I could ever hit these things. Come on. Man, my depth perception is not what it used to be, that's for sure. Alright, so now we're gonna go back and we're gonna drop down. If you have a bow for this next part, it'll make your life a little bit easier. I wouldn't suggest using a bow ever for like actual combat, right? But to pull enemies or something, the bow is definitely useful. Alright, so we're gonna drop down. Drop down. So we got a lot of bats. Down. And lightning. Now you can actually get hit by the lightning and it'll actually do damage to you. So just be careful. See if we can get one of these bats to come up here. So I don't have to play around with them all while they're, down there. Largely looks like they're uninterested in coming to play. So we're gonna drop to the left. Normally, you lean right, but you gotta land on those rocks, or else see all those bats up there? We kinda don't want all of these bats to come play. So we're gonna try to fight away from those bats. And then we came here for this. We'll go out here, we're gonna pull this. Those bats, they're now gonna be all up in our ship. Let's run away from the lightning. There's also another bat in the back right beside you. So we're gonna have to lose a lot, and that damage stacks up quick. But with the reach of Bloodhound's Fang, if they are grouped up around you, you can just one-shot them, like the whole group. Alright. So largely that's done. But I don't believe that there's a path for us to get down to. So we just have to teleport out. We don't have to teleport very far. Right, there's a you're gonna go to south of the lookout tower, and then you can get out of there just fine. Wrong. We need to spend these runes. Okay, so we want to get to 15 endurance, right? Then after that, we're going to start putting into strength and dex for a bit. All right, so we're going to do one strength and then one dex. All right, so we got our 15 endurance, we got our one into strength, and the next 8,000 runes we get, that's going to go into dex. Now we're going to go down into this cave that I keep forgetting about. It's kind of a short cave. We're going to want to use our lantern. It's going to be dark. Lantern on. Don't go for that chest straight away. Instead, where's our I need to make sure that we hit our summon portal. So that ground there, do you see how it's all patched up, right? You'll fall if you walk over there. We are gonna go over there, just not right now. Alright, first thing that we want to do is we want to get this. And then you're just going to follow this around. Kill these rats. Alright, rats are dead. Now, I'm going to go back up, and we're going to fall through the floor. We want to try to get that chest before we fall through the floor. So we're going to walk around to it on the side here. Get our turtleneck. Get our cave moss. Fall to the floor. And we're going to fall right into all the rats. So, I like to kill the rats before I fall. I've had more success with killing the rats before the drop than after the drop. But if you want to do the drop first, by all means, do that. Just make sure you go around the edge of the trap floor so you can get your chest before you chop down. Now there's no boss door here, but that's the boss. That's the rune bear. So we're gonna get close so we can summon. We're gonna use our ashen summons. Alright. And now we're gonna fight the rune bear. Now these guys are hyper aggro. And the rune bears you see out in the wild, this is exactly their fight. Alright, so if you can kill this rune bear, you can kill those other ones. And it's going to take largely the same amount of time. Right, there's nothing special about this boss versus the outside enemies. It's going to be, you know, they're going to do the same damage, they're going to do the same attack patterns. It's all going to be the same when it comes to that. Alright, so that guy's done. And we got one dungeon left up here. So we're going to go grab that. And then we're going to go to the mine. And then once the mine's done, we will be done with Southern Limgrave. And I think the only thing that we'll have left to do is Stormvale Castle. And the Hero's Grave. We're gonna do the Hero's Grave last. We can do it first. I usually do it after Stormvale. We can do it. Alright. So I think, I'm trying to remember. I think this is another cat catacombs. So we want our sword and shield. And if you've been picking up all of the stone sword keys, go ahead and open up the fog door. Alright, let's create some space. We need our... This is not a cat catacombs. Oh, maybe there will be some cats in here. Sometimes they mix it up, which that becomes quite annoying. Alright, so we gotta open that door. There's the lever. not. Some of these are gonna start having false walls. Ended right as I struck it. That's annoying. Okay. We might have a problem. But largely, I think it'll be enough. We have a couple of arrows. We're gonna need arrows. And our... shoot that. And now there's no fire. You're gonna have to run, dip into here, then run, and then go smack it. And then that will drop it down and stop the fire. That up. Now we're gonna ride this. Ah. Shit. So, if you didn't know, when you jump, you actually do damage. It's like 1 point of damage, but you do a little bit of damage every time you jump. So, if you're leaning up right next to that pillar, and then you jump, you'll do the 1 point of damage, and then it'll start to raise itself up. So if you're ever standing next to one of those pillars and you jump to try to get on, and it starts, going up, you're like, well, I didn't hit it yet. Why is it doing that? It's like, well, because you hit it with your jump and you did just the tiniest bit of damage. Also, when you're standing next to people you're talking to, be careful about jumping next to them, because it also does damage to them, and then they can become hostile. So even if you didn't intend to hit them, you hit them with a jump, and now they're hostile. Well, now you did it. Right, so that's done. And we're going to go back up to the boss door. Yeah, you know what? Let's go rest up. Into the boss. try not to let it hit you with that green beam that comes out of his head, because it'll lock you into one spot. Luckily for us, we got our summons out. And so, you know, the summons largely took care of that for us. And got its attention while we were stuck. They do a bunch of crazy attacks, and they're pretty erratic, but still pretty easy to get down. We almost got fucked up, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And so with that boss down, the last boss that we have to do is here. So we're going to go back to that south of the Watchtower waypoint. And we're just going to run. We're going to get on our horse and we're just going to run. Go right through. You're also going to ignore the bats. You're going to roll off to the left. That on, and we're gonna get our Bloodhound Fang back. And we're just gonna circle our way around to the bottom. So this is kind of how you want to approach every mine. You don't want to ride the ladder. If you don't have to. Alright, and that's active. We're going to bring the ladder down. And then I need to AFK for a minute. Alright. So, down here. So these guys here, this mine is full of the demi-humans. Or those aren't demi-humans, whatever these men here. And not the other guys. So we don't need our beat stick as much. Like, there's still a couple here or there. We can still kill them with the Bloodhound Fang. We are going to have to go down there, but we don't want to drop down there if we don't have to. Like, if you fall down there by accident, which I have done a couple times, you're going to have a bad time. It's not going to be impossible, but you're going to have a bad time. Alright, come around here. Watch out for that pickaxe, man. That pickaxe, that does a number. Alright, I can't remember which way it is to... So it's the other way. So you just want to come in here and pick up the rest of the mats. This is just upgrade mats. Get our smithing stone. Glintstone shards. And once the stuff on the back, they throw the glintstones, and they explode. So try not to get hit by those. Salted flesh, and then we'll go back the other way. Get our smithing stone. So now we're in the area that I said that if you fell down into, you're not going to have to drink. We got to get through here. Try to keep an eye on all these demi-humans here. These ones here with the wings are the biggest problem, because they can fly. And you know how I feel about things that fly. Once they're down, oh, excuse me. I need some fruit lozenges. A couple of those. Doing a number on my voice today, boys. I'm a lot of lozenges. That's not gonna be good. Oh, we might not have a long stream today at all. If I'm out of my medications, oh no. I might have to suffer in silence. That'll help. Not me. Hurt though. That'll ease the suffering. Alright. So we might want to talk just a little bit less. A little bit less for now. Rest my throat up. We're about at the boss. Alright. So on the other side of this door is, that's alright. That's fine. You know those guys in Castlemorn with long axe? Well, this is the first time you fight one. Unless you skip to Castlemorn. Alright. He has the exact same moveset. We're already used to fighting these guys. So largely this should just be a piece of cake. We've already had to deal with them before. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? So we're having a fun time. It's all been easy. Everything here's been easy. No problems, no problems. No problems. Oh, I'm dying. No problems, no problems. We've done everything up to here. No problems. Alright. Stormhill Shack. We're going to start having some problems. Right? This is where the game actually starts to become a game. I'm going to take a few minutes for a break. I'm going to relax my throat a bit because it is hurting me. Use the restroom. Clear out my nose a bit because we are to sick. And then we're going to keep going through Stormvale Keep. I'm going to one-shot this. I'm not going to... What I mean is I'm not going to break it up. I'm not going to stop Stormvale until we're done. So for me, no breaks. You can take breaks. I can't. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get ready. we're back. I got myself another tea too. So we got our water. Not full, but it's enough. Got our tea. Alright. You know what? I forgot. I keep forgetting. We actually never went through here. So we're going to go through there real quick. I'm not going to take the trap chest. Not yet. There's no reason to. It's nighttime. I don't want it to be nighttime. Alright, also there's this guy here. And we're going to try to fight him before we go to Stormvale. He's the last boss that we have here that's not in the dungeon. I believe that's true. Did all the night bosses. Killed the dragon. Let's see. We did the invasions. Yeah, that's everything. There's one boss. There's one Everjail that we're gonna have to pass on for now, but not for long. It's because we don't have the required gear item to do it. It's not that we don't have the stats. We need a buckler. And we don't have one. Alright, so that makes it really difficult and damn near impossible. So you just gonna have to pass on that for the moment. But once we get a buckler, and I'll show you how to get a buckler. If you didn't choose bandit, you don't start with a buckler. So if you chose bandit and you started with a buckler, you're in good shape for that. But we did not choose bandit. We did not start with a buckler. So we're gonna have to wait until we get a buckler. Hop over there. We're gonna grab our twin blade. Like I said, we're not taking the trap chest. For the millionth time, we're not taking the trap chest. I know that there's a trap chest. I know where it takes you. We're not taking the trap chest. We will take it later when we're ready to go to that zone. It's a really quick way to get to where we're going to want to go. That'll be that's going to be our ticket into Caelid, right? When it's time for us to go to Caelid. Oh man. When it's time for us to go to Caelid, we're going to take that trap chest. But it's not time for us to go yet. Alright, so we got that. This Everjail here, we're going to have to pass on for the moment. And then, what else do we got here? So we have the Bell-bearing Hunter. He comes over here, but I am not confident that we'd be able to fight him now. What else do we got? That's done, that's all done, that's all done. There's a trap chest here that takes you into the capital area. You don't want to do that. Let's see. This will teleport us up here. We could do that now and go talk to the guy. That's all there is to do there, is just talk to that dude. It's totally doable. Just trying to figure out what we should finish up here before we finish the zone. And so getting that twin blade from here, that was one. I could have sworn there was something else that we forgot to do, but it's not coming to my memory. Let's see. No, I think that's it. We could go here and take the elevator down and get that grace to the underground zone. But we don't need to. We don't need to do that now. But I think we're done. So we're just gonna go up here to that sending gate, and we're gonna go talk to that dude, and then we're gonna come back. Alright, so we're going here. And we're going to give him all of our death.
I smell it. Feed it me. Tarnished, I shall grant. Feed me.
Alright. And so that's it. That's all we got to do here. So we're done. We can leave. You can try to fight that boss. You're not going to get very far. No offense, but at this point, with the stats that we got, we're not going to do any damage to him, and he hits you once, he's going to die. You're going to die. So, good luck if you decide to do that. So now we can go back to Stormvale Shadow. And we can do Stormvale Keep. First, spend our runes. Level up. We want that 19 in the dex. On our mount here, we're going to change out of that. Didn't realize I still had that on. We don't need it. You can use this, right? So that's going to raise our physical stats by a decent amount. That's like, that is nothing to shake a stick at. We're going to take significantly more damage from things, but honestly, right now, there's no downside to using this. So we're going to use that. Because the amount of health that we have versus the amount of resistance that nullifies, that's not going to increase the amount of damage that we take that much. At least not relative to the amount of hit points it's going to give us. It's going to give us 110 hit points, right? So that is going to greatly outweigh the damage that we're going to take. Now there is a ballista up there by that door, so you want to avoid that. And try not to let him make a fool of you on stream. Now there's a bunch of these dudes in the forest, right? So beware of that. We don't actually want to go any further up the main path. Since he wants to come play, we're going to take care of him. But at this point, we want to go into the woods. You see now that thing's fired. See? So we don't want to be here anymore. We've outstayed our welcome, which is fine. Now we want to go into the woods. There's a guy with a horn. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to him before he blows the horn. So we want to create some distance for ourselves. Between the large group of enemies that are coming at us and the other enemies that are right? So, I guess largely they're dead now. There's a couple more. But they're kind of in the danger zone. Next to the arbalist there. So we want to see if we can lure them away. So we're going to go stand behind this rock. That guy, hopefully, isn't just going to shoot at the rock forever. Sometimes enemies are dumb. He's probably just going to sit there with the crossbow and just shoot at the rock. Right? Yeah. Largely, he's dumb. He put way too many crossbow bolts into that rock. What did he shoot? Like 3 or 4 crossbow bolts before taking out his sword, and then as soon as I popped around again, he took the crossbow back out. So largely an idiot. Okay. So we're done there, but you know it doesn't matter, right? Because there's a grace up here. We made it through the door. If you use all of your potions and you still make it to this grace, perfect. You're on point. Sorry, I'm coughing up a storm over here. I'm dying. Alright, so we're gonna bring that. And so we got a gold summon sign here. So we're gonna summon Rajier. Let me take a little drink of my tea here while he's in the process of summoning. And you guys are gonna get to see cutscene, not because I want to watch it, but because I need to take a drink. So you're gonna get to watch the cutscene while I do that.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Summon our soldiers. We got Razier. Again, you want to remember, if you're going to dodge level, you want to dodge into the attack. Alright, we got him. We got him in a vulnerable state. That was lucky for us. So we got unlocked. We want to move away. We want to use our flasks. Need some more. Our minions and Razier are largely carrying this battle for us. We got some good hits in. We got a bleed proc. And we got that stagger. So, you know, we did pretty good. We got a talisman pouch. So we can equip a second talisman. We're going to put our turtle back on.
Of the night, the hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
Now you can actually fight him as soon as you start the game. You can come up here, fight him, and actually get that talisman pouch really early without a lot of trouble. You don't have to come here now to fight him. I just don't like to go back and forth between places if I don't have to. So just, you know, might as well save him until we're doing the whole thing. I'm gonna take a little bit of detour here. Drop down to this ledge. Grab that. Gotta drop down. There's really nothing over here. There's like literally nothing over there. So just go through this hole in the wall here and then head off to the left. Alright. And then we're going to go inside here.
You there? Come over here, would you? You're tarnished, aren't I? It's tightly guarded by hardened old guards. You breach the cap.
And he's going to tell you to go in the side gate.
You're just
He steals runes from you when you die. I don't know if he does it on New Game, but New Game, on all your New Game pluses, he is going to take some of your runes. You can find him later on in the game in Lindell, in the capital, I believe. And then there you can kill him, and he'll drop all of the runes that you lost while you were in here in Stormvale. Now we got some hawks here. They have swords on their feet. They can actually drop these, but they're very rare to drop. But they will drop. So if you have a penchant for farming, which, geez, I don't know why you would, man. Please don't. You can actually farm these. That's what they look like. I mean, they look kind of cool, but it's completely unnecessary. Farming in this game is completely unnecessary. Eight of them. Again, things that fly. Things that fly, man. Alright, so we got 14,250 runes. Let's see, when we pick up those runes, how many we have. Now, I know he steals some in New Game Plus. But I don't know if he does in New Game. We're about to find out. Alright, oh shit. Don't drop there. There's one. Finding them one at a time, it's not a big deal. It's when there's like more than one. That's a problem. If I was using a shield, that'd be fine. Because then you can just shield counter them, and then that becomes easy. Alright. So those are done. Come around here. Grab this. Oh, don't get me wrong. Let's talk about this for a sec. Let's talk about this. Because I was getting on Twitch earlier for having porn bots, right? There's bots on Rumble. And if you post a video, if you're under a certain follower count, right, these bots will come in and they'll be like, oh, I'll make sure that your video gets seen by X people, and you can grow your channel. I know exactly how to do, you know, SEO and all this other stuff, and I'll do it for you. It's a paid bot service. So you'll go there, you'll pay them. They won't actually do anything to your channel. They'll just send bots to flood your channel. And you'll get, your next video will get a bunch of views. And you'll be like, oh wow, that really worked. Whatever they did, it really worked. And then you'll post another video, it won't get any views, so you'll have to go back to them and have them do it again. It's just nonsense. And I bet there's bot problems on YouTube as well. But I haven't experienced any myself. Alright. So now we're going to go up the side here. You can fall off here. They will actually push you off. So gotta be careful. If you can. We got a lot of runes. we need to spend them, but if we rest, it's gonna reset these guys. And we kind of don't want to do that. We got a sacrificial twig in case we lose runes. But largely we should be fine. Here, pick that up. Now this next spot here kind of sucks. Try not to let them blow you up. I was trying to be fancy there. Didn't quite work out. Because if you break those boxes, then, well, the barrels, right? Then they won't blow up. But I should have just ran up there, made them throw, and then just, yeah. But, you know, it didn't do that much damage to me. It's alright. We're good. We're gonna grab that, but we want to kill these two first. Because he'll keep throwing shit at you. And then we're gonna go in that door. I don't know why, but I always push down the left stick to sprint. It's a common control. Most games, left stick sprints. Alright, and here you want to actually put your light on. We're gonna use our physic flask. It's just a free health potion. The reason why you want to put your light on is because, you know, one of those dudes is going to close you in a dark room. And you want to be able to see this guy here. And just take him out. Grab that rusty key. Grab this chest. Biggity boggity boom. Curved Sword Talisman, that's actually going to be very useful for us in the DLC, because that is, that doesn't boost your Curved Sword skill, even though, you know, it sounds like it should. What it does is it boosts your shield counters, right? And so in the DLC, we're going to be doing a lot of shield counters, and we're going to do stand behind shield and pokey pokey, right? That is... sad as it is, the reality is that is the most optimal way to play like 99% of the bosses in the DLC, which is kind of dumb, right? But that is the way to do it. Jump here, them, there, that dude. That we're gonna grab that here in a second. Just want to get these first. Jump back over. You're gonna want to roll and not get hit by that. If you can. Alright, so we're gonna go up. So I think there's something here. Yeah. So we're gonna grab this. Enjoy your mushroom. Also, if you have an extraordinary fear of heights like I do that even translates into video games, you're about to have a real hard time. Because this place sucks for that. You're going to want to drop down here. Drop down here. Drop here. You're gonna climb up here. Okay. There's a more efficient way to do this. I forgot. Up in here. Just can't jump from there to here. This is what you want to do. Now get your hammer. And then for the last time, go up here. Get some tea. My throat. Alright, you wanna kill this guy? Be careful when you're fighting right next to there, because that is a fatal fall. It will kill you. Alright, I think we're going to rest here. Put our potions back. And then, got a couple of pieces of loot to get. Homie's still walking around downstairs now. Now, they dropped that halberd and that armor. Again, if you wanted to farm them for that, you could. Again, I don't suggest it. But you could. got a lot of runes again. So that kind of sucks. But we'll be alright. I guess that really all depends on how good you are at jumping. If you're like me and you're shit at jumping, then we're probably not going to be alright. But if you're half decent at it, then largely should be fine. Unless they kill us before we get to the jumping. And their torch pole, they drop their torch pole. They drop every piece of their armor. They drop spear, the ones with the axe, they drop the axe. Alright. Just doing some parkour. Alright, so right down there, there's a bird. You want to drop, turn around, and just try to... Because those black ones, they actually shoot fire, right? So they're like the other ones, the other hawks, but the black ones, they shoot fire. So you don't want to let them shoot fire. This jump here can be a little bit tricky. You can just jump right off the edge. We don't want to. We want to land right there. And then we just go around the side here. Again, if you're afraid of heights like me, like, I'm definitely afraid of heights. I'm so afraid of heights. I'm afraid of heights in video games. Like, no joke. That's real for me. So this messes me up. If it messes you up too, that's cool. Don't worry about it. You know, you're not alone. There's at least one other person whose brain is just as messed up as yours is. We'll be all right. So we're done there. But we're not done with the wonky jumps, though, people. I'm sorry that wasn't the last one. There's more. That's not even the last one for now. There's a bunch more. Alright. First this dude. Not to get hit by them arrows. Back around this side. These guys. Arrows. There's one more dude behind you. Kill that guy. Alright, then we're gonna go up top here. Try to kill some of those if you can. Works better if you have an AoE. There's nothing over there. You can make that jump, but there's nothing over there to jump to. But we're gonna teleport back to the Rampart Tower because we can't walk our way back. All right, and now we're gonna spend our runes. This next part is kind of fucked up. Alright, so we want to get 20 and 20. So that's good. And so now you've got all of these hawks here, and they are all gonna throw explosive barrels at you. You want to roll through the explosion and try to dodge them. This one's a little bit trickier because it's got more barrels. Plus, there's an extra hawk that's involved. So, 2 of these hawks we saw can mess you up if you're not paying attention. And you get distracted by one of the other hawks. So try to kill one as fast as possible, and then you can work on killing the other one. There's one more hawk that we have to kill. And, homie is hiding in ambush behind this tower. So we're just gonna go up next to the tower. All right, it's gonna come out. We're gonna get blown up. You can dodge that if you roll fast enough. But me being sick, my reflexes aren't super great, so I'm gonna get hit by a bunch of dumb stuff. But it's all right. You know, our vigor's up enough right now that we can survive one of those. We can survive one of those, but not many more. And again, I apologize if you're afraid of heights. Drop. Alright, and then turn around and go to the left. And drop on this ledge here. Drop down onto the top of that tower. Pick up that. And drop again. Drop again. And I'm just going to stop apologizing. Hope you felt that in the pit of your stomach like I do every time. We can be friends. So we're going to grab that. So we're going to cheese this guy here. We're not going to fight this guy. Oh, excuse me. So this guy here. Oh, excuse me again. This guy here, in order to fight him, we need a buckler, right? Because you got to parry to fight these guys. We don't have one. So we're just going to run through him, dodge that, and we're going to run. And we are going to cheese him, right? We're going to kill him without fighting him. I want to make sure he's behind us. Okay, so we're going to take this up. We want to make sure that we get on this in time for him to not hit us, but walk off the edge, right? So we're going to get on here. We're going to get ready. So we're going to get up. We're going to go now. He's going to walk off the edge, and he's going to fall. Hopefully fall. And we got him, right? Get aspect of the crucible. Get your runes 100% for free. And now we are back up to the top of the ramparts. We don't want to deal with those hawks if we don't have to. So we're not going to rest. We only used 1 health potion, so we are 100% A-okay. 100% A-okay. So we're going to go back down here, and we're going to go meet up with our friend, Rajier, again. Alright, he's going to be in that church chapel there. So that's what we're going to do. And you know the drill. We're going to drop here onto that ledge. Pick up those kukris. And then in through this window. Alright, there's Rajier. We're going to talk to him.
Nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. I'm looking when I'm not hot but enough about this place is brisk. Not exactly a place.
Alright, tell him you're here to defeat Godric.
You can see it. Well, I'm
He's going to
tarnished,
tell you he's tarnished
still,
too, but he
I'm
can't see
privy.
the
Would you care
grace.
to learn as a fellow?
And he'll sell you some skills. We're not going to buy this one. You just leave. Alright, so we're good there. Alright. Then we got these guys. This is actually perfect. so he's down. So this next bit, this is going to be a bit touch and go at times, right? We might not make it through here unscathed, right? Do I have? Let me check before I get too far. Let's see. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Do I have a crossbow? No. I don't have a crossbow. How many arrows do I have? Not enough. We don't have enough stuff. So, one of my favorite sayings is knife fight in a telephone booth. There's a couple of instances where we're gonna be like we're in a night fight in a telephone booth. And that's when you fight those revenants here. You remember the very start of the game? That's that, right? So we gotta fight that. And also the seed beasts, right? If you've ever fought a seed beast, you know that fighting a seed beast is like taking part in a knife fight in a telephone booth. It's exactly what it feels like. So there is a knight in there. We can largely ignore him. We're gonna go around. Alright, so we got a golden pickled bowfoot. So you can use those on boss fights. If you know that you're gonna beat the boss, you can pop one of those, and you can get you know, bonus runes. And you can make those later. You get the recipe to make those, but you need bird feet to do it. So you'd have to farm for the bird feet. Hoping for his crossbow. Our stone sword key. Still haven't got a crossbow. Really kind of annoyed. Come on. Alright. And then we're gonna come in here and kill the knight. You can kill him before, but you might get caught by the, you know, the Exiles patrol. So it's just easier to go around and then come back and get him later. Then you get your mimic, and then you don't want to be here right now. There's 3 dudes down there that you want to kill before you start that fight. Because you don't want them to be involved. Okay, so he's going to back off because he can't hit us. The only problem is he's locked onto us now. So when we go down there, he's going to go right for our ship. So if we want, we're gonna have to be quick. But yeah, let's see, we can do this. Kill you. So he's here already. Kill you. Try not to hang around in one spot for too long. Watch out for that delayed attack. What I normally do is sit up there And if you can jump up onto that post at the top of my helmet there. You can jump up and sit on that post, and you can hit him with a crossbow. And he can't hit you. And most places where he stands in the room to try to avoid you, you can actually hit him from that spot. Alright, so you remember Rodrika and all her friends. These are her friends. So these are Rodrika's friends. And you can tell because you pick up her crimson hood. The same one that she's wearing from there. So those are her friends. That would have been what happened to Rodrika if she would have stayed here. So it's good for us that she didn't. Alright, so we're going to send that up to the Rampart room. Pick up that, and we're going to open this fog door. And make sure you clear those messages, because they will keep you from interacting with them. You can't attack or block if that message is there. Pick this up. Don't fall off the ledge there, that will kill you. Alright, so we got the Misconcorde. That is going to be our crit dagger. I think that's got 110 crit. Where's the crit? Yeah, it's 140 crit. So when you parry or you get somebody down into a vulnerable state and then you hit them in that state, that counts to crit. And so your crit damage is applied and not your regular damage. So the Misconcorde does 140% damage on a crit. So when we go and fight the parry bait, we're going to want to use the Misconcorde with a buckler, and that'll make fast work of those bosses. Now here, you just largely want to run. Don't run like I did there, straight on it first, because there are like flame artillery in there, and they'll launch that off and they'll fuck your shit. So you just want to run through. You run into the back, straight through the back. You get a little greedy, pick that up if you like, but just keep running. You're gonna go in this door here. And you want to touch this grace. And then you want to rest in this grace. If you can. If not, he died right there at the grace. He killed his own dog. That's sad. We got a little bit too greedy there. Let's pick up our runes. And we gotta go kill that guy. But it's a lot easier to do from the back side than the front side. So we want to kill the dog first. And you definitely want to not give this guy any room, because he will end you. He's probably, other than the bosses, he's probably one of the hardest things you're gonna have to fight. Grab the painting, and we're gonna clear this out. You don't have to. It makes a lot easier. Start with the guys on the flame cannons. That makes your life a little bit easier. Also, avoid the torch poles if you can. They're annoying to deal with. Alright. And other than these two knuckleheads and then the one or two that are up in these little room areas here, that's everything. Where did you come from? So we're gonna go up here. This guy. Pick up the fire arrow. And now we can just grab all this loot here. If you're going for shield pokies, Pike's really good for that at this point in the game. So that's, you know, that's a good one for you. Let's see, we got, what did we get? Pike. You got your shield. And you're just doing your shield pokies. Totally valid. So now we go down here. We can't go too far down here because there's idiots on turrets. Give me room to swing my weapon, asshole. Always trying to make sure that you got space. So all up here, up there, and over there, there's turrets, and then there's this dude here, and then there's another guy over there. They throw bombs. So we can't go that way. No, let's pop. Free health potion. Running out of health potions. So that's kind of an issue. There's no crimson beetles around, but we should be all right. Guess we die to the rats. That would be funny. Alright, open this fog door. And then open both these chests. Now you can drop here and start taking dudes out. All down that way. And then there's the gate. You work your way back up. The problem is, those guys up there that still have the on the guns, they're still there. So we gotta go kill those guys first. They're up here. But we got a couple of banished knights to get through and a couple of more exiles to get through, so we gotta make liberal use of our potions and try not to get hit by dumb stuff, and that's really hard for me. My favorite thing to do is to get hit by dumb stuff, so we might have a slight problem. Love getting hit by the dumb stuff. Alright. Then we're gonna drop down there when it's time. But those guys, they shoot explosive bullets. Or the explosive rounds. Hold on. See, my wife sent me a message, but just give me 1 second. All right. Alright, let's get through this. We are halfway? Let's say halfway done. Maybe like a third of the way done? I don't know. I don't know how much more we got left. There's not much more. Come on, dude. Okay. So we've already been down there, so no, we don't need to go down. Alright, I'm all out of potions. So we got to get this next bit in one shot. And that is more doable than you might think. Oh no. Oh, wife's still messaging me. Still messaging me. Okay. It's time to go. And then if you can, I seem to remember doing it, but I've never been able to repeat it. There you go. You want to jump here. And he's gonna get off his thing, but don't forget, you still got that guy over there, and this guy here, and the guy across the way. They're gonna throw shit over. So don't stand still for too long. Just finally got a crossbow, which that doesn't help us now. You can drop down here. Alright, kill this dude. And we're gonna come over here. Kill this guy. Jump up here. Kill that dude. Alright, so those guys are dead. And then come back down here. So you kind of want to be careful. I mean, you see all them there, right? And most of them have bows, crossbows. You don't want to give them room to shoot you. Okay. So that's done. Then, gotta go around the other way. We're basically almost dead. Do I have any? I have enough FP. Shit. Alright, we got a problem. We've got all the loot, right? That was from that top area there. We have all the loot, right? So we don't need to go back through and do that again. Problem is if we get hit once, we're dead. And we need to get to there. So we got one. There's one behind there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think there's one more that's on patrol that we're not seeing right now. So 7. We're gonna get through 7 dudes without getting hit. There's one. We got one. But that's not the end of the world, right? We got all the loot. We got all the loot from here. Right? We got all the loot from up there. And then we got all the loot from over there. Right, so now we just need to get around the back side of the castle to open the gate. So that's not actually going to be that big of a problem. We can just run along the side here. Largely ignore basically everybody. And then come down into this door. Right? And then we gotta kill some rats. Maybe there's 1 or 2 guys following us, but that's totally fine. So now we're gonna drop here. Kill this guy. Grab our runes. Drop back here. Kill this guy. Kill that guy. So we're at 3. There's 4. There's 5. There's 6. So 6. We got 6 before we got hit. So it's totally doable. You know, so that was just on us where we dropped down. We dropped down in a bad spot. We got smacked. But we were trying to get to here to get this grace. We're gonna open the door. Alright, I need to take a potty break. We're almost done here. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. We are almost done. Ugh. So we got... We're gonna have to go up here, right? We're gonna get ourselves a grace up here. Largely it's for later. It's not for now. All these crossbow dudes. So just try not to stand still. You stand still, you're gonna get hit. And they all like to kick. That's the worst. It's like their one move when you get close is kick. Oh, excuse me. Still sick. I haven't got better in the last couple hours, so we're just gonna have to deal with that. Alright. These guys are down. Use this. And you see that? This guy's gonna face fuck us. But we should be alright. They're really fast. Their attacks don't do that much damage, but they will do a lot of it. But, you know, you can get them down. You know, a lot of the bosses in Elden Ring, they follow, you know, the trifecta rule, right? So no creature, boss, or animal can have the trifecta, right? And what's the trifecta? The trifecta is speed, health, and damage. Right? So every boss, every mob, every creature has to abide by the trifecta, right? And that is, nobody gets the trifecta. You either have a lot of health and move really fast, or you move really fast and you do a lot of damage, but you don't have any health, right? Or you move really fast and you have a lot of health, but you don't do any damage, right? So you have to always drop one of the triangle out. You never get the whole triangle. Okay, we just teleport back to cliffside. Is it the cliff? No, it's not the cliffside. There. Lift side chamber. That's where we're going to. Lift side chamber. So we want to fight this Omen killer again. We need to kill him off. Right? We were able to do it last time. Gotta do it again. We gotta go get a troll. Because we're gonna open up that fallen tower there, but we need the troll to do that. And we also don't want him to be there when we Alright, you see how they shoot fire? That makes them annoying. They fly, which already means they're annoying, and they shoot fire, which means they're doubling. We're gonna go meet Nefeli. She's in here.
Be proud.
But we got a quest for her. Unfortunately, like all other Elden Ring quests, her quest does not end good.
To a well tarnished. I am Nefeli. I'm here by how Otis grafting is tainted.
Oh, that's not
If I ask you,
necessarily
call the
true.
winds run. I'm certain. As fellow down, whatever.
Her quest can end badly. It can also end halfway decent. But it doesn't end good. Well, I guess that depends on your definition of good. When compared to all other quest endings, her quest ends great. Like her quest is amazing. Box quest, which will continue a little bit. It doesn't end all that bad. Not great for him, but also not terrible. So you're gonna bring this giant. You gotta make sure you give him a couple of whacks so he stays on you, because if you don't, he'll just kind of start wandering away because you're moving away from him and you're not hitting him. So every so often you just gotta make him mad, bring him back. When he stops moving, starts waffling back and forth, it's a sign that you waited too long to hit him and you need to go back and smack him a couple of times. But the more damage you can do to him before you get him all the way down here, the better. Because you are going to have to kill him. And it'll be a lot easier to do that when you're not right next to an entire field of enemies that also want to kill you at the same time. Alright, let's give him a couple more whacks. He's starting to waffle a little bit. Alright, you're going to bring him down here. And then just jump onto the other side of it. Kind of par for course for me though, huh? Walking right into completely unavoidable things. Come on, dude. Let me just be friends. I guess we can't just be friends. Alright. Get our smithing stones. That loot there, and we're gonna get over to there here in a second. Don't worry about that. We got to go back this way, and we're gonna go. We're gonna go pick up a grace, and we're also gonna rest at that grace because we got everything we need from here, and it's past the troll, so we don't need to worry about that. We just want to. We need to top up a little bit. Do not go through the boss door. It's not time for the boss door. It's almost time for the boss door. Not quite. We're gonna come back for that summoning sign, but first we're gonna kill this. Alright. And then, let's go kill all the pot people. We got a big pot person there. Alright, all done. Let's finish off these pot people. Later in the DLC, it actually shows you how the pot people are made. It's kind of gross. By kind of gross, I mean it's super gross. Super duper gross. But, you know, it is what it is. Alright, now we're gonna go around the edge here. Alright, so you want to kind of aim for that doorway. If you bounce, just pray you bounce to the right, not the left, because then if you bounce to the left, you'll fall off. What you don't want, you want to bounce to the right a little bit if you have to bounce. And that way you bounce onto the ledge. Smithing stone. Here. And we're almost done. This is the last path that we have to take before we do the boss. Right, so this is basic. We're at the end of Stormveil. So this is we got like 5 or 6 more pieces of loot to pick up. Handful of enemies left. And that's pretty much it. We're basically done. And then once we're done, we'll actually have a buckler. And so we'll have 1, 2, 3. 3. There's technically 2 more bosses. We got an Everjail and then the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. And then that's it. Alright, drop there. Drop there. Down here. If you're feeling froggy, you can pick this up. In order to get this, you have to be on the ledge. Jump on the ledge very carefully. And just walk back to go off. Got the rainbow stones. Open up the shortcut. How are we doing? Largely fine. And down we go. Jump. Jump. Gotta deal with some more bats. So the bats aren't a problem if they can't fly. So we're gonna come down here. Jump onto that. Jump. Jump. Jump down here. Jump down here. Jump. Jump Pick this up. Got a couple of rats. Kill a couple of rats. Where are you, rats? Camouflage. There. There. Here. Come on. Big rat. Alright, we're gonna kill this guy. Ranker call. Okay. Seed beast time. Do I have any flame grease? I have fire grease. Use our fire grease. And we're gonna drop down. And this is a true knife fight in a telephone booth fight, right? You've never fought a seed beast before, you're about to see why I say that. First of all, they're huge. Right, this fucker, he's got a lot of health. And he's fast. Oh, come on, I dodged that, you know it. That one I didn't dodge. Down. Whenever you kill a seed beast, you get a golden seed and a bunch of runes. And we got an ass ton of runes. So let's go pick this stuff up. Yeah, we got 21k. So we can get 2 levels. So I think we're gonna go 24 in the strength and dex. At this point, if we wanted to, we could use the gut sword. Alright, we want to touch this bloodstain here. And that's Rajier. He's getting stuck by something. You can't see what. This is a deathbed curse, right? And you'll see that later. Rajier found his way down here before you did, evidently. And he did not fare so well against the Seed Beast. So. Oh, I haven't been doing the little jiggle after I beat a boss. That's my bad. Hold on a sec. Alright, clear out little sinuses. Alright, let's keep going up. It's a long climb. It's a long climb. Alright. Then we'll go to the secluded cell. That was it. That was the last fight before the boss. So we can do the boss fight now. Now, if you want, I'm more than happy to throw that on. gonna have to use two hands. Take that off. Take that off. Alright. We're gonna summon the Felly. And after the cutscene, we're gonna summon our Godric soldiers.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
Alright. Summon them. Try not to get caught in there. Get out of this little whirlwind thing. One Godric soldier down. Melee one. Truest of dragons, lend me thy strength. Gross. That was one. We need to upgrade that a bit. Alright, we're gonna summon her again. And we're gonna use skeletal militia ashes. Took some chip damage from that. Where's our runes? The skeletons are dead, but they'll be back unless they get hit again. They should. I wonder. When he does that, you can get as much free damage as you can. Guts Great Sword doesn't really allow for free damage there because the swing speed's so slow. Also, you can get free damage here if you run in real quick. You get under the fire. So you got a bleed proc there. Back up, back up. That. Weapon art. Alright, he's gonna go vulnerable. Alright, weapon art.
I am the Lord
And he's dead.
of all that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
All right. We're gonna rest here. See this dude here? Who's at the gate?
What a
He sells the buckler.
excuse for a lord.
Oh look,
you
there's
were.
Godric's body. It's all little now.
Craven to the bone. Oh, he got what I tell you though.
All right, so we're gonna get our buckler. All right, so we got our buckler. So we want to put on the buckler and the misconcorde. That's the misericord. Misconcorde. I never said I was smart. Alright. So we want to go to here. There's a bunch of stuff that we can do here now. We'll get to it here in a minute. But we want to upgrade the misericord as much as we can right now. And then we're going to go
Now,
do the Everjail.
those are of a challenge, find them well.
You've met Then owing to, I think you've the power of
Talk to D.
I serve that I might be following only those who live their merits, and so it is.
And now we're gonna go back here. We didn't need to talk to D, but I don't know, I just felt like it. Because he was right there. So we're gonna go back to the Stormhill Shack. And this is why in the first episode I was like, you really gotta learn to parry. Like, parry's gonna be super important. Well, we're about to go have to kill a boss with only being able to parry. It's really the only way to beat these knights. I mean, you can do it other ways. But by and large, parry is the most efficient, right? And you want to have a parry dagger because you're going to do that extra crit damage. It's going to make these fights go by real quick. Again, you can't use summons in here, so it's just going to be just you and whatever boss is in here. We're just going to deal with the Crucible Knights. I should be able to... If I misjudge whatever attack is coming, we might not be able to one-shot this guy, but I should be able to one-shot him. I should be able to parry basically every attack. That was not a parry. That's a dodge. Alright, so now we'll heal. One and done. One and done. It's too easy, right? Too easy. You just gotta parry them. They're a trivial boss once you can parry. And the easiest way to parry is with the buckler. The buckler parry is really quick. The other parries, with like the heater shield that we were doing, this is not as fast. Buckler parry. Heater shield. It's just enough slower that it sucks to get the timing right. Alright, we still can't use this with two hands because we need 31 strength. Oh, we might actually be able to use it with two hands. Now, what I say it was 22. Where's my strength? Strength is 25. Yeah, so we could use this with two hands. We'll go upgrade it so we can so it can actually do a little bit of damage. But largely, we're not going to use
Your
this.
divinity, have mercy and grant me for... I didn't. I'll be doing my just lay out. Those words were not. I may be prisoner of my prayer. Well, I spoke with the girl. She has a gift, so I told her. I'm indebted. It was all I could. I'm sorry.
We're going to want it on standard if we do decide to use it. There will be times when that will come in handy, but now is not one of them. Alright, so it's time for the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave, which is the last thing that we need to do in Limgrave. And, oh. This might take us a minute. We'll run through here. This is poison water. Stand around the poison water. You don't want to get hit by that. We're going to try to take care of that, but it's going to take us a minute before we can. So I think right here, largely, we're safe. Yeah. You want to sprint. You basically don't want to stop running. Sprint, sprint, sprint. Sprint, sprint, sprint. Sprint, sprint, sprint. Back into here, and then run. And you want to run until the very next thing here, and then you're just going to roll off, and then you're going to run down this way. You're just going to keep sprinting, keep sprinting, keep sprinting. You want to make this drop here. And you want to make that drop quickly, because that thing is behind you. Alright, and you want to kill these. Try not to let them get the best of you. Alright. Oh. Shit. Oh, we almost had a bad time. That's taken care of. Get this guy here in the corner. It's a lot easier to deal with when you have a shield, but not necessary to use a shield to deal with it. Jump from behind you. Alright, so this spot here kind of sucks ass. Right? up there, and you can't see that one. But it's there, right there, just above my helmet. Once you cross the bridge, they're gonna drop down. Right, and so it's gonna be a pain in the ass to fight them. Let's pop our free potion. And we need to deal with the one that's on this side of the bridge first. And we need to deal with it quickly because the other one is going to drop. And it's gonna bad times. We're trying to fight both of them together. It's bad times. God damn it. Okay. Streaming is difficult. Oh damn, I poisoned myself. So, if you didn't know, poison will tick up based on how much of your body gets covered by the poison, right? So because I rolled, you saw the poison tick up a lot faster after I rolled. Well, that's because more of my body was covered by the poison, right? So you don't want to roll there. Now rolling does make it easier for you to cover after that drop, but it also covers your whole body in poison, and then the poison ticks up faster, and it's a real pain to it's just gonna make it harder for us to do what we need to do. Goddamn, I thought that stayed down if you died. I don't know why I thought that, but I thought that. We don't need to go in there because we already got the lightning grease. Now, if you want, you can actually target them and it'll drop them down. Doesn't necessarily make them any easier to fight, but they do that stun thing when they drop. You can avoid that partially. Got that one down. All my runes are gone. That's lame. That's lame. Okay, well, let's not roll. See how the poison's not ticking up as much? It wasn't the poison that killed me. Right, the poison had already worn off by then. It was my inability to close the deal. Right, but we got the Erd Tree's favor. Right, so that's gonna be good for us. We don't have to worry about that again. And we're gonna keep running. We're gonna come over here, and then we're gonna drop it. We're gonna keep running. We're gonna keep running. So that thing's right behind us. Keep running, and then we're gonna drop here. Don't take so long. There. Remember, kill that. Kill this. Do they not spawn? Do they not respawn if you kill one? Alright, so they don't respawn when you kill them. But we need to kill this one. Yeah, that jumpy thing there. You want to try to avoid that if you can. That's gonna mess your day up. But these guys are annoying. They are very annoying. And we have to deal with them. We can't skip them. And there's a reason why we have to deal with them. So we just found out they don't respawn. I thought they used to respawn. That might be new, but they don't respawn. And there's an item that we need to get, and we need to deal with these chariots, right? In order to deal with these chariots, we have to kill those. So we're just kind of stuck here until we get those guys dead. Run across the bridge. Objective's gonna drop. I'm not gonna attack into you. God damn it. Alright, we're not gonna play around anymore. Alright. Oh, super annoyed. Oh my god, why is it so bad? It's probably because I'm not wearing any equipment. It's easier for more of my equipment to get poisoned. be shitting me. Oh, man. That's funny. That's more than funny, right? Because we already know that we can kill those guys. Yet, they said, nah, fam. You're just gonna get asked out. And so, that's kind of funny. When I was there, I was like, am I gonna get beaten by these little imp dudes that, like, we know we can kill 1,000 times over? And the answer is yes. Yes, we are gonna get beaten by little imp dudes. All right. We lost a bunch of runes so far. We had like 4K, 5. So we lost about 6,000 runes just trying to kill this dude. All right, let's try this a different way. Actually, let's do this. It's my guard on that 16. Let's do that. And then... let's do it like this. When in doubt, use shield pokies. So we're just gonna guard counter the shit out of him. Guard counters it is. There's no shame in using a shield, man. Like, not at all. You gotta be careful though, because they can break the guard counters. They got a lot of swords, and they will drain all your stamina. Bit more damage with the guard counters there. I can't believe that this is actually giving me trouble. It shouldn't be giving me trouble. If I use this, so that's going to be a heavy load. Take that off, medium load. so we got this for the little goblin dudes. This will make that part a bit easier. Alright, that's done. Alright, we're gonna shoot this. At this point, it's about my sacred honor. This thing has impugned my sacred honor, and so now it needs to be punished. All right, fucker, let's go. Get you some, asshole. Come on. Done. Finally. Goddamn. My sacred honor. So now, here comes the tricky part. mean, he's a little bit annoying because he's ghost, he's like phased in and out and shit. But that's not the tricky part. So we have to kill that. The chariot. With those. You have to drop the pot at the right time. You only get 3 chances. Damn it. And if you miss, you gotta do it again. I think I want to use the short bow. Because I think that one fires faster. Also, check my arrow. I only got 15. Now, largely, we can just. We still need to kill the little imps, and we still need to kill the knight, but that's it. Everything else should just be staying dead. And then once we drop the chariot, we don't have to worry about the chariot again. The chariot will also stay dead. See up there? No more droppies. Where's the switch? There's the switch. Kill this dude. Yo, now our life just got 1,000% easier. And we got the Erd Tree Great Bow. So that's nice. We're never gonna use it. We didn't need it. We're never gonna use it. But if you're trying to get all the items in the game, like that's how you get that. Alright, we're gonna go up first. And be aware, there's actually enemies here. Once you get up to this second level here, they're gonna start spawning in. They're ghosts though, so they're gonna tell them. That's why you don't see them first. You gotta tell them. And there's a lot of them. Right? Make no mistake, there's a bunch. The hard part is not over. The hardest part is over. So we're gonna come up here. We're gonna kill this dude. Drops the dragon communion seal. Dragon wound grease. And then start making your way back down to the bottom. There's gonna be more of those ghost dudes. Then we'll have to fight the boss. And the boss is a seed beast. Will you remember how fun those are? This time we'll be able to use our summons. There's a Statue of America, so, you know, when we die, we don't have to go through all of that again. This one, he starts up like the second that you get it. Get that crit. We are out of mana. So this is what we got now. We're only down we're down to one skeleton. And he gives a bunch of runes. But that's it. That is now. Check. Check. That is Limgrave done. Oh wait, no, almost done. Almost done. We have to go. We have to do a thing. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Limgrave's not done. We gotta go activate our room. So let's go do that. So we got a couple of giants here to fight. One is going to be all the way in the back there, shooting arrows at you the entire time. So that is gonna suck. But there's not anything that you can't do. Just hit the legs. You hit the legs a couple times, you're going to drop, hit their weak part, and then that should one-shot them. So that guy's down. You're going to do the same thing to this other guy here. His buddy got his legs, so we get a free crit here. So that was helpful. There's this guy. Friendly fire. Friendly fire saved us, boys. Hide behind this pillar. You don't want to be right up on it, because there's a shockwave. But get right up, you know, next to it, a few feet behind it, and then once we're there, you can be here. Just hold down your strong attack. Get a couple of hits in. Do it twice. Brings them down. Right their weak point, and then just like that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There should be no problems. Now, before we take this across, right, there's actually some loot down here, and we're going to go pick it up. There is a path back up. You don't have to teleport. You can jump back up. I'll show you the route if you don't know it. I'll show you the route. So we're going to go over here to the left. We're going to climb up this pile. We're going to go to the right. Climb through this opening here. You're going to go all the way over to the left. You're going to climb up here. Then you want to jump up on these. And then up here. And then up here. And then up there. And then you're going to jump up here. And then you're up. Then you're going to take this across. Boom. We're across. Yo, good job. If you've been following along so far, and this is your first time playing Elden Ring, or this is your first time playing a Souls-like or a Soulsborne game, and you're like, all the other people are like, oh, Souls-like games are too hard, they stress me out, oh, it's bullshit, and fuck that, I ain't doing it, blah, 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 blah. And you've been following me along, and I've been able to show you that it is just fine, and there's no problems. And you can be as lax in your approach to the game as you want and still find major success. You know, I hope that's helping you out. I hope that's helping you out. This isn't a guide, this is just me doing something while I'm bored, just because, right? Like, I ain't trying to make a guide, I ain't trying to make a walkthrough. Tons of people have already done that. They're all better than what I could do. No, we're just doing a thing. And I've been wanting to play some Elden Ring, and all of my I have no, or wait, no, here, let me check. you can't see, it's not going to show up on stream, but I want to check my achievements because I don't have hardly any achievements for Elden Ring on Steam. Where's my achievements? Achievements. I've got 7 achievements. Ancestral Spirit, Leonine Misbegotten, Magma Worm Makar, Round Table Hold, Great Rune, Shard Bear Godric, and Margit the Fell Omen. Right, that's it. That's all I got on Steam. I've platted this on the PS5. So, you know, this is just one of those things where I'm just like, I might as well go through and get the achievements on Steam. It's no big deal. But it is dinner time for me here. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours. My voice and my throat are shredded, but we finished Limgrave, we finished Stormvale, so I'm gonna call it here. We're gonna pick up here on lake-facing cliffs, and I guess I'll see you then. Oh yeah, I don't know if I'm coming back today to stream some more. Just throwing that out there. When I said I'll see you then, it's probably gonna be tomorrow. It'll probably be tomorrow. I don't, you know, we're gonna play it by ear. Let me rest my voice, and we'll see how I feel a little later.
you.